Watch the lights. Green flag, hit it, hit it!
Hello everybody, apologies for any technical difficulties. I think there may have been some audio delay, there are some problems, we do have them sorted. So welcome back to the second round of the Sim Raceway New Year's Championship, and what a thriller we're going to have for you today as well. All you've got to do is look at the car, look at the track and look at the drivers who are driving them to realise what's at stake here. My name's Liam Jenkins, I'll be calling the rest of this race and all the other action for you here tonight. It's been a bit of a troubled start, not just for the technical side of things, but for a couple of drivers as well. After just 3 corners earlier on, Reaper 88 lost the front left wheel to the car. Didn't even make it to turn 3 without some contact after slamming into the inner wall. And unfortunately, he's still going round now. It's a bit of a risk, but in this championship, you need as many points as you can. And pitting in such a short sprint race would surely mean you get next to nothing anyway. So what he's doing is just trailing the car around as quick as he can without getting in the way. So if anything does happen a bit further up the field, he can capitalise on an error without losing 30 to 40 seconds in the pit stop, replacing that extensive damage to the front of the car. But as we look a bit further forward then, what we were taking a glimpse at earlier on was the Victorious and KM Quick battle, and what I noticed was that Bossog and KM Quick were using each other to try and catch Victorious, the slipstreaming effect. Now you're forgetting as well that these Maseratis do not have front and rear rings, they do not have aerodynamics like the modern day DW12 IndyCar or like your modern day Formula 1 car. These cars are raw Formula 1 power, and it's probably definitive of their era as well. Before the time of aerodynamic design came to a big part of these cars, it was just down to how much firepower you could put in, and that is what Maserati did well. So when you're getting into slipstream, all the air is going over that very narrow shaped rear end and back into the car behind you. But the sheer shape of the air as it goes off makes it very difficult for the air to get round the car and give you an advantage, just as it's coming off a narrow end to a wide front end. Makes it very difficult for the air to move over the top of the car. So what effectively happens is that the car you're slipstreaming just gets caught in the dirty air. It doesn't really gain an advantage, maybe a couple miles an hour, but if anything, it just becomes a lot looser. And Bossog has learned that today. He's been trying to keep up with KM Quick all afternoon. He hasn't been able to do so just yet, and in return to that, he has been struggling. When you look at where he is right now, he's about 0.9 seconds away from the car in front of him. We're about halfway through this race as well, lap 6 out of 11, as they make their way towards turn number 3 once again. And of course in this championship as well, every point is absolutely vital. And don't forget as well, what these cars were so capable of was almost more a commemorative statistic right now, is that these cars were used back in the Indy 500. It was a part of the Formula 1 season, and this is what Sim Raceway is celebrating. And as we move into what could be one of the most exciting rounds of the season, you take a look at what the prequel essentially was in race 2 to get yourself in towards this race. KM Quick was the fastest man in the B race with a time of a 103.936. Currently sits in P4, chasing down Victorious, doing everything he can to keep on him. But as I was saying, with such a really big, statistic here, the fact that these cars were used back in the Indy 500 and how celebratory this is, it really does just give you a testament and an idea as to how difficult these cars are to handle. These are not cars you would traditionally associate with an oval. If you were just a newcomer to the motorsport, you'd think, okay, oval, do you expect the big Indy cars or the NASCARs where they've got those rear powerhouses and the rear wings at the back? You would associate these with, quite classy British racing, but Maserati made a name for themselves on ovals like Indianapolis, and when it was part of the Formula 1 season, it really did take racing to the next level. The stakes were higher than ever, as they are right now in this New Year's Championship, the second round of 4. The stakes are unbelievably high, and that is what KM Quick is trying to do. Victorious runs as close to the wall as he humanly can, I think, through there. As wait and see, he's drifting out wide. Quick may take advantage of that. He got turn number 1 all wrong, and Quick trying to get alongside him. Victorious is doing well to hold the line. KM Quick doesn't want to try anything too risky. Yes, there's a large runoff area, but it will not slow you down. It's not a gravel trap. All it's going to do is slow you down maybe a few miles an hour before you brace yourself for impact into a concrete wall. And we've already seen, due to Reaver 88's car and his error earlier on, that there is a big problem with this circuit. It will punish you for the tiniest of errors. It's not a forgiving circuit, and easily one of the trickiest ovals to master in the entire world, let alone the United States. But look at Bossog now, capitalising on an error, goes straight up the inside. And KM Quick had just no fight whatsoever. Bossog takes the position. Sterling job, but now he's going to turn his attention to Victorious in P3. Through turn number 1 again then, we've just got 3 more laps left to go of race number 1. And whilst the battle for the lead has not really changed over the past few laps or so, it has been a very much Rudolph-dominated race. He's got himself nearly a 6-second gap now over Jim Wally in P2. Jim Wally, who respectively has a further 2 seconds over the battle for 3rd. But it's this battle now that I just spoke of, the one for 3rd position, which has been definitely the most intense. There are 3, arguably 4 cars in contention of getting that position. Victorious, Bossog, KM Quick and Darak in P6 as well. All 3 cars need to get themselves a nice clean run, and now it was not a clean run for Bossog in P4. He had a very, very scruffy entry to turn number 3. And he's done it again. He's flicking that back end. Now it's all gone wrong. And there's what we were talking about. He swerves onto the circuit, trying to tame the beast. But the beast doesn't want to be tamed, and he unfortunately lands himself in the pit lane. Now, whether that was intentional or no is yet to be seen. If it was, it's a very skilled maneuver to get that car slowed down. But that has destroyed any chance he had of that third place, which has left a duel now between KM Quick and Victorious. So the two drivers who've been in quite a tense battle all afternoon are about to do so once again. Down the back stretch they come. And you can see they're not separated by very much. There's still plenty of time for the winds of change to blow around Indianapolis. Through turn number 4 they come for the penultimate time today. Rudolph already making his way down the home straight, and he starts his final endeavour of the afternoon. Lap 11 out of 11 just gets underway.
This is the final lap. Keep it going.
The question is there still a battle for P3 or no? That's what's on everyone's lips at the moment. They know exactly what's at stake here. As well, these drivers now battling for a total prize of $40 at the end of this championship, and it could very well be Rudolph who takes it. Runner for third is just heated up as well as KM Quick now launches the assault on Victorious. Is it going to be enough? Well, no, he dives to the inside. If he's smart to leave it until turn 4. As Rudolph makes his way round there now, keep an eye on both. Victorious trying to hold his line round the outside and get better traction. KM Quick reluctant to let him do so. Heading towards turn 4. KM Quick does have the position, but it's going to be Rudolph number 523 that takes victory in the second week of the championship. Dominant drive, dominant win, and some big points for him as he looks to really make his mark on the New Year's Championship. Jim Wally takes a very stern second. KM Quick takes a heroic third after a late move on Victorious. Direct P4. Bossog will take direct P5, sorry. Boss will take P6. Wacky Pie 7th. James 38 in 8th place. And our last runner of the day, the man who's still running on 3 wheels and have managed to avoid being lapped there actually, was Reaver 88. He's still chasing James as they make their way onto the back straight, but I think this battle may have just about come to an end. One more lap, there may have been a different result, but unfortunately for Reaver, James does beat into the line and he does take 8th position. So that brings us to the end of race number 1 for the B race in the 500 to 900 skill quad. We'll be back very shortly where the best of the 500 to 900 skill quad go at it around Indianapolis with these fabulous Maserati cars. I'll be back with you very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back to the second round of the Sim Raceway New Year's Championship here live from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. My name's Liam Jenkins and I'm recording all of the action for you tonight, including the following race. Then becomes the next round of the Mitsubishi Evo Evolution X Championship. That's coming to you in just a little while, so don't go anywhere. And two more Skillcon races, this time from the 900 to 1100. And now culminating in one final race which lasts a massive 37 laps. These drivers will be pushed to their maximum today. But for now, you need to take a look at the top of the lot in the 500 to 900 skill court now. Then the cream of the crop, so to speak, with a lot on the line in the championship as well. This will mark the halfway point after this race, so everything is pivotal. Every point gain is a point really that you need to not worry about later on. Every point means something. It's not like you can just afford to drop a few points or afford to have a bad race. If you want to win this championship, you have to have four of the greatest races of your life, and the sheer mix in different race types and car types you have here today are really gonna make this into a bit of an interesting championship. But WTTN M1, they're down in P11 at the moment, only 1.29 seconds off the leader. That is how close these cars are. 11 cars separated by 1.2 seconds. In fact, the entire field is separated by just 3, so this truly is anyone's race, especially on oval circuits as well. It's not always the case in that it's not always the fastest driver who wins, or it's not always the pole sitter who wins. There may be an exception creeping around the corner. There may be an underdog waiting for a little tiny mistake set by the man on pole. Even so, right now, pole position will mean a lot to some of these drivers. Right now, currently, they started up by Reckon at the front of the field, a 103.113. He's actually just 200ths of a second there faster than Engange, who piloting their Maserati 250F from all the way back in 1957. And he's done a nice job there in P2, as you say, P3. Oh, it's just changed. And you can just see that now 2 tenths behind. Devil Bevin jumps to 4th. Third, sorry. Vijay jumps to 4th. Ek Nellis jumps to 2nd. Big lap there by Ek Nellis. A 103.092 as Reckon improves as well. So 103.080, 103.092. That is extremely close. And once again, could bring it back to the old blink of an eye reference. There's nothing separating these drivers at all. Just a sheer couple of hundreds of a second, couple of thousands of a second, really, when you think about it. Utterly fantastic stuff here. If this is what the race is going to hold as well, then we're going to be in for a treat tonight. The drivers have done 6 laps currently in the session, the majority of them. All of the top 5 now separated by just 3 tenths of a second as we head in towards the final few minutes of this session. The 2 minutes 40 left, and a rundown of your top 5. It is Reckon, then Ek Nellis, Engange, Devil Bevin, and Vijay. Just outside the top 5 is Clark 10, Max Schoen, WTTN, NASCAR, Nathan Alpha, Andy Bob, Master Rocco, KKND, and PH Factor, who sits in 14th place at the moment. There's still everything to play for, with a lap just taking about a minute. You want to do as much as you possibly can to get as... It's all about track time, I think, at this stage in the qualifying session. You don't need to be putting in lap after lap after lap. All you've got to do is find yourself some clean air, get yourself out, and drive some consistent lines. It's so difficult to find time here at Indianapolis. Everyone's so tightly packed together that the tiniest advantage you can get, the tiniest slipstream from a car in front, could be the difference between first place and maybe 3rd or 4th. But 1 minute 37 left now in the session, and Andy Bob is the man who's P11 at the moment. As you can see him up a bit higher than that. We'll wait and see if things change, especially towards that battle for the lead. Reckon still leads it by just 1200ths of a second at the moment. Engange not that far further back, he's about 1500ths of a second. Devil Bev in 4th, Vijay still P5. And 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go until the checkered flag falls. I mean, determine the front row of the grid. The question is any other driver going to get a chance at this? Running out of time, and they need to try and find a bit of speed soon. Luckily, because the track's short nature, you can really afford to get another lap in depending where you are on the circuit. The PH Factor gets extremely close to the wall there on the main straight. That's going to be a little bit of an issue. I think he's currently P14. Where will he go now? He should get another lap. He does, but he doesn't improve. So he needs his lap then. At the top it is still Reckon that leads. They're all still out on the circuit as well. More importantly, Agnellis has a slipstream. Agnellis may, just may, if he can keep a good lap together, have a chance now. He's reeling in the car in front of him, who does happen to be KKND. So let's just see if he can get a draft going, and if KKND moves out the way, he has no right to. This is qualifying. Both are set in relatively quick times, and Agnellis has to go wide. Lap ruin. And just like that, a chance of pole has been snatched from him, just to the tiniest little error. And KKND spins off anyway, so dramatic end to the session there for Agnellis. He doesn't get the time he needs. Now, will Reckon improve? No, he doesn't. Agnellis also doesn't get any further. Engaged from P3. Oh, and he ruined that one. I was not going into the lap at all. Devin and Vijay go in then for Andy Webb to break into the top 5. Let's see how he can go. Is this going to be good enough or no? No, it's not. He stays P6. Clark 10th, 7th, Magstrom 8th. I think that's the end of the session. Indeed it is. So we'll be right back with you with the full race, and it will be Reckon who'll lead the field around Indianapolis. Hello everybody and welcome back live to the second round of the Sim Raceway New Year's Championship, live here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We get ready for the 4 red lights as a field lineup. It's a strong field in the top A race of the skill quad. Reckon off to a good start. Ekanellis and also good. Devil Bevin pushing in Gardner to get a better line. He's all over the place as the field fight for track position into turn number 1. The swarm of 1957 Maseratis streaming towards turn 1 at Indianapolis, and echoes of the past ring around the speedway. And right now there could be echoes of some dirty driving. There's a little bit of argy-bargy in the backfield, but for the most part of it, I think everyone's got through the first couple of corners okay. And whether things will stay the same or if the trend will change is still yet to be seen. Still very early days yet, as they all line up and heading towards turn number 3. Vajai taking a little look, as does Devil Bevin. In fact, Devil Bevin's got door shut completely, and Clark 10 goes way too wide and hits the outside wall. I don't think there'll be too sufficient damage. And even so, there's a long line of cars behind him as they'll trail now into turn number 3 and 4. Gotta be so careful about that at Indy. It's ridiculously difficult. But Reckon is making something look very effortless indeed, and that is taking the lead of this race with a storm. They're heading to turn number 1 now. So Reckon's got into only 2 seconds over the rest of the field. So already after just 1 lap, nearly 2 seconds, then that epic battle for second place is unfolding. There goes Vajai trying to battle with Ekanellis. All 4 cars, there's 2, 3, 4 and 5 fighting away. Then that insane midfield scrap over just about every other race position possible, I think. But Reckon brings his car down the back straight in towards turn number 3. Right there by that emphatic battle for second. Was there a bit of contact there? I think there may have been, as Vajai runs terribly wide going out of turn number 3. Needs to try and sort that out as soon as he possibly can. But even so, coming towards the end of lap number 3 of 17. And already, what a tremendous job it's been by Reckon right there. He's done a great job extending the lead, now looking at about 2.3 seconds as he went into turn 1 that time. And as that field of Maseratis stream through turn number 1 once again, battles throughout the entire field. It's not just one here that's captivating the camera. If we could place a camera on the whole field, I think we would. Some truly awesome fighting going on out there at the moment, especially with that midfield battle heating up. But Ekanellis now getting very hot on the tail of Devil Bevin. I can anticipate a move coming here quite soon. How soon remains to be seen. Looks to the inside there. That's going to end in contact. Indeed it does. And he's very lucky Devil Bevin didn't punt it back into a wall. Careful there. Heroic move. Vajai out of nowhere pulls off an emphatic manoeuvre, and that launches him into 3rd position round the outside, making it 3 wide at turn number 2. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is the result. 3rd place, and he's pulling away from the cars behind him now. He needs to catch Engange and become the hunter. What a great manoeuvre that was. Very easily a contender for move of the afternoon. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Vajai though, already catching Engange. He's about 1.6 seconds away. Devil Bevin's got him back in his sights, so he wants a bit of revenge after the cheeky manoeuvre that Vajai pulled off. Already darting to the inside there, and I think that could already be signed sealed. Not quite. So Reckon and Engange pulling away from the field. Vajai got his hands full once again with Devil Bevin. This time round the outside. Oh, and there was a bit of contact there. And I think both cars ended up okay. But Vajai Ekanellis now, who's in P4, making a strong name for himself here. One of his first Sim Raceway events. Through turn number 1, there's a bit of side-by-side action there as well. That was Master Rocco and Andy Bob, I believe, in the battle for P7 and P8. Those guys also getting pretty heated here on lap 5 of 17, so Already the tensions are quite high here at Indianapolis. A nice draft there by Andy Bob. And that pretty much was a textbook manoeuvre, providing there's no comeback or he doesn't outbrake himself. In fact, he does go quite high. A very weird line to run that, in fact. Master Rocco may try and punish him for it, as will Nathan Alpha. But no, Alpha will have to try and go around the outside. He's trying to get something going, but unfortunately, he's been left up there, hung out to dry, really. There's no room for any kind of manoeuvre. But down and straight again then, lap 6 of 17. What will this lap hold in terms of battling? That battle with Andy Bob has got some intense amount of action, isn't it? See, once again, almost going 3 wide there. Master Rocco caught up in the middle of it, with Andy Bob leading the way at the moment. By leading the way, what I mean is he's running scared. He's got 4 cars behind him, all desperate to take that position away from him, and I think some of them may have their way with him at this stage. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. He looks to the inside there, and that could very well be an easily placed manoeuvre. We could have a 3 wide as Master Rocco goes wide. And Andy Bob tried to cut through, but Nathan Alpha was the main winner of that battle. Again, how much longer remains to be seen as Master Rocco goes right back on the attack. You can just see the amount of pressure he's piling on right now. Now, battle of 3 just behind them between Andy Bob, Max shown in 10th, and the man in P11 who's currently NASCAR 88 fans also getting 10th. Mac to the inside, NASCAR follows in to give him a bit of a boost. And maybe to boost his own chances as well of gaining a manoeuvre out of that. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go to plan. To the inside as Andy Bob goes extremely wide there, just up ahead of them. And still no casualties just yet. It's been a very calm race. It's been frantic, but it has been quite quiet on the attrition front. I don't really want to put a commentator's curse on it. And I'm sure next time I scan down the field there will be an incident now. But look at that battle there. Max Showman Intense still trying to attack Andy Bob right now. And still Andy Bob denying him every corner possible. We're almost halfway through this race now. A couple more laps until we do hit that mark. Side by side there as Max Showman takes a move away. It's still a very intriguing battle which is going to unfold there. A quick run through of the order then. Reckon still leads. He's got about 4 seconds over Enganche, so really is flying up front. Enganche P2, Vajite 3rd, then Devil Bev in 4th. Egnalis, who's fighting him all the way for it though, moves to the inside now. Is this going to be enough to get the manoeuvre done or no? I don't think so. No, it's not. And Egnalis has been sort of left hanging to dry once again. As this time Devil Bevan will try and go back up the inside. It's going to be a risky manoeuvre. But I think Egnalis has seen just enough of Devil Bevan's manoeuvres today to expect what's coming and hold it off. But can he hold off the turn 1 attack? It's a lot much. Well, it's a lot much harder move to defend against. And into turn number 1 they go. Still, and Egnalis goes wide. Extremely wide, in fact. And through goes Devil Bevan without even a whisper of the word. That was almost effortless by Devil Bevan. But the entire field's getting quite rowdy. They realise, I think, what's at stake here and just how much they want this. You know, as we say, this is a midpoint in the championship. So a nice battle developing as well, all the way down in P9 at the moment as Andy Bob still holds the Andy Bob Brigade. NASCAR fan Max Showman, WTTN and PH Factor all resume their duties in that battle as we start lap number 10 of 17. see now that how really the battle is developing. Vijay and Devil Bevin doing a truly remarkable job of dueling away but maintaining each other's racing respect as well. Ignalis must have been making some good impressions out there today. Very low Devil Bevin now. I'm not too sure what he's trying to prove. He's a bit too far away for a move there, I think. Yeah, very far away. A bit further down the field, that scrap's still mounting. The NASCAR fan maybe looks for a move on Andy Bob there. And two moves at once. NASCAR and Max Joem as well, who loses out. WTTN, the man to take it from him, still plenty of action to come though as WTTN resumes his position just up in front. NASCAR fan may have to settle for one behind. They have to be so careful right now, and into the slipstream once again, doing everything he can as they cross the start finish line. Lap 11 of 17 just begun. There's still really anyone can get a podium in this race. It's by no means over. In fact, I'd say it's only just begun for a lot of these drivers today, especially in that crux we're watching now as WTTN yet again comes under a significant amount of pressure from the man just breathing up the backstairs slowly but surely. Max Joem is there waiting for an error. So, look at that again as they go into turn number 4, but a side-by-side action before it was swiftly cut off there by Andy Bob, really defending that position well. That's been for the past 3 or 4 laps. But how much longer remains yet to be seen, because right now he's being utterly assaulted by a couple of other drivers. I think WTTN's one of them, and this could very easily get 3 wide in a very short space of time. Bob loses out there to NASCAR fan. So NASCAR fan breaks free. Will WTTN follow next or no? That's going to be the question on most people's lips. So normally laps have to go at all now, and the stakes, we say, are getting increasingly higher in a battle for P5, 4 and 3. We kind of strayed away from that recently and focused on what's going on further down the field, but you can't ignore it now. Ignalis on the inside of Devil Bevin to try and make a manoeuvre. Not going to happen just yet. Devil Bevin from P5 still trying to attack as Clark 10 gets ever closer. And that Clark 10 may very well just have enough power to provide some influence in this battle right now. Oh, and off into the background goes for Jai, and that could be key. He's already lost 1. Is he going to lose 2? I think that's a guaranteed yes. He's trying to hold off the 3rd. There's not really much you can do from that position except for take the punishment. So into turn 1 for the 14th time today. Ignalis, Devil Bevin, Clark, Vijay and Nathan Alpha all dueling over P3 and P4. But everyone would love to stand atop that podium again, wouldn't they? On stand number 3, among the 2 drivers in front of you, going to be both Reckon and then Jim Wally in P2 as well. And that is a car off in the very background. What's happened there? Clark 10 down to 10. Ignalis is now in 3rd. Devil Bevin's P4 has WTTN lost it? He's down to P9. I'm wondering, there must have been an error somewhere over the last couple of corners as we were taking a look elsewhere at the field. He lost a lot of track time very, very quickly, and I can't really find a way of him getting it back. So then 3 more laps to go as the battle for third still gets hotter and hotter. Still Devil Bevan hides him at the moment, but look at what Egnalis is doing down that straight. Very nice tactic indeed. Sticking 2 wheels out, make sure he gets some clean air under the car whilst he gained momentum. And now it's just a case of really trying to figure out where Devil Bevan is going to defensively place his car when he's under pressure. Defensively placing your car is one thing, doing it under pressure when you could lose your position is something else entirely. Over the line again then, lap number 16 starting the penultimate time. They'll go around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway tonight. So run through of the order then, it's currently in a very shaken up order. Reckon still leads, Engadge second, Devil Bevan third, Egnalis P4. Nathan Alpha 5th, Master Rocco 6th, 7th there is NASCAR Fan, and there's a wheel flying. I don't know where that's come from. Is that KKND? It is! KKND without a wheel on lap 15 of 17. There's been a big shunt somewhere. As he brings his car back to the pit lane, that could very well be race over for KKND. So out comes Reckon from there, then Engadge again, Devil, Egnalis, Nathan Alpha, and Master Rocco. We'll start the final lap, but look at that train of cars behind Master Rocco. That's not going to be healthy for him at all. So final lap then, Reckon clawing his way round into the turn number 3. What an incredible job he's done here today. I'm sure the celebrations could very well be even greater as he moves his way through 3 now in towards turn number 4. And over the line he's going to come then, so Reckon's done a great job today. And it's going to be Reckon that wins the second round of the Sim Raceway New Year's Championship. What a great start that was. So P2 is going to be quite hotly contested. Perhaps Engadge spins over the line. Devil Bevan third. 4th place Bevels. The 4th place is Egnalis, I beg your pardon. So Devil Bevan third, Egnalis P4, Nathan Alpha P5, Master Rocco 6th, Andy Bob 7th, NASCAR Fan 8th, Clark 10 in P9. He just got changed. Yeah, no, NASCAR Fan got 8th, Max Shane P9. Clark 10 got P10, ironically. WTTN in 11th, P12 P Factor, and Vijay P13. What happened there? Terrible race by Vijay. We're looking so strong earlier on in the battle for 3rd position, but maybe it wasn't meant to be, and he ends up in 13th. KKND takes a final spot during the race, so we'll be back very shortly with the next round of the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo Championship, coming to you live on the Sim Raceway YouTube channel. For myself, Liam Jenkins, I'll see you shortly. Hello everybody and welcome to a quick little introduction to the Mitsubishi Evolution X World Championship. Apologies for not streaming the qualifying session, there were some technical difficulties. So what we're going to do instead is just give you a quick rundown of the order before heading in towards the race. So it is Van Panther on pole position with a stormer of a lap, setting a brand new record. Getting a lot of congratulations from the guys there in the chat as well. They all seem to be pretty stunned with that sort of pace. It was Asa Ricola, the man in P2. Lolin Fox sits in third. Graufindo PL in P4. Lauja starts in P5, so not a bad result at all. Stuntman Mike in P6. With 7th position as Lazarus 16. 8th place for Cortese. Sega Dealer in 9th. Kappa Bomber is in P10. 11th is Mr. PA. 12th is Mergia 88. Wild 7 P13. And that rounds out your field for today's race. Yeah, so we're bringing you full race coverage very, very shortly. We're just going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be back with the full 16-lap race. So you really don't want to miss this one. Mitsubishi Evolution X World Championship coming to you live here on the Sim Raceway YouTube channel. Hello everybody and welcome back to a very, very familiar scene here at Donington Park in the United Kingdom. The last time these Mitsubishi Evos were here, they were taking place in a very special December Championship, and surrounding that was that all-important December Championship, seeing The two winners take tickets to the British Touring Car Championship round at Donington in 2014. But here we are today, though. The stakes are just as high at Donington in the Mitsubishi World Championship, and we are racing as the Evolution X racers make their way down in towards Redgate Corner for the first time today. It is Van Panda that holds the inside line, and the amount of action we've seen here in the past, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a bit of hustle and bustle through turn number 1. But in all honesty, it was a very good start by the majority of the field. Van Panda, after breaking the lap record, has got a lot to live up to as the pressure comes storming down on him like a ton of bricks, and off into the background and pirouetting goes, I think that must be some stuntman Mike. It is, and now it's a tremendous swirl. He's already out of the race. He's gone back to the paddock. He thinks his race is over. It is now. He's back in the garage. Unfortunate start there for Mike. Just got punted, I think, going in towards the Craner curves, and from then on there was just no hope really. A very premature exit. And don't forget, if you do want to see a recap of this race, there should be a nice highlights package and podcast coming to you midweek here on the Sim Raceway YouTube channel, to keep an eye out for that one. But for now, we need to keep our attention focused on what Van Panda is doing, because he's trying to leave the rest of the field in its wake at the moment. Just over a second separating himself and Van Panda, well, and Asa Acola. They're running the shorter version of the circuit, which means they do not head down into the Melbourne hairpin. They just go straight through that final corner. And again, there's another Blue Evo suffering. This time it's Mr. PA down in 10th position, who has not had the greatest of starts there, coming out of the final corner in towards a very tricky chicane. Just didn't quite get the line he wanted, and unfortunately that has hurt him quite somewhat. Let's see what he can do from now, though. But through the Craner curves come the majority of the field, and off goes a very aggressive Lazarus there as he tries to defend from Lounger. Just took a little bit more curve through the old hairpin they go, and you can see already Cortese's trying to squeeze round the outside to get the inside line for the next corner. And a bit of a nudge has maybe sent Lounger into a very defensive mode of driving. You wouldn't normally see that from Lounger. He's usually quite a calm driver behind the wheel. But even the calmest of drivers have a darker side to them when the pressure is on. And right now it could be greater than ever. As we say, it's round 2 of the Evolution X World Championship here. We started right at the start of the year, and already what some fantastic races have we seen. It's truly been an honour to commentate them, and hopefully we're going to see very much of the same today. The January 2014 Championship has already proven to be such a hit, as we ran at the Auto Club Speedway last time round. Again, a circuit in which the drivers seem to either love it or hate it. Donington seems to be very much the same kettle of fish. And with 20 points up for grabs for the leader, you do have to wonder there is a lot at stake now for these drivers. They need to try and get themselves in a good running order, because the last thing they're going to be doing, as normal, is to be just picking up points right in those last rounds. You don't want it to come down to you need to win to keep your title hopes alive. You want it to be a nice, clean, calm run where you can get in your finest mindset and deliver the best solid driving work you can. And right now, Lounger's trying to do that, but he's being hounded by G. Cortese as he still tries to assault Lazarus, and I think he may have just gone enough to go for a manoeuvre. He looks to the inside. It's going to be quite late. And oh, a bit of a nudge as well, and that sent Lazarus careering into the gravel. Was that unfair, or will there be repercussions? There's only one way to find out, but one repercussion is going to be that Cortese is going to come right up that inside line. As you come towards the end of that, number 3 backs out of it. Very sensible indeed. They hop over the anti-cuts. Lounger runs wide once again. And down the main straight they arrive. Lounger doing a nice job of holding up Cortese at the moment, who's hardly been the most calm driver today, has he? He's been quite aggressive as he overtakes on the inside in turn 1. He's not going to be able to hold the traction, because round the outside goes Lounger. Very smart driving indeed. He knows that through the Craner curves he wants the outside line. They're pushing each other to the absolute limit. But Lounger's pulled off a fantastic defensive manoeuvre in order to maintain his stick position from Cortese in 7th. Seguedila now separates those two from the man who's just behind them, that being Lazarus after the little knock he took earlier on. But these two are going hammer and tong over 6th position right now. Through the old hairpin, up to the top. And this is a very intense situation, isn't it, indeed? There is no doubt about it that these drivers are giving it their absolute everything here today. Some incredible driving already, and the best part is we're only a quarter of the way through. So a quick scan through the rest of the field then, just letting you know positions and relative lap pace. Van Panther, a 120.2, a 119.8 there from Asa Acola, so he is gaining very, very rapidly actually. And that bright red Evo being piloted by Van Panther. He's already been in quite a war with Asa Acola last week at the Auto Club, and I can see these two having a tremendous rivalry over the coming couple of weeks. It's been a long time in the making. Throughout many Sunday race-offs, these guys have the greatest of racing respect for each other. And when it comes to the circuit as well, they truly are like, what I'd say is like a Fernando Alonso versus Mark Webber. They race each other to their absolute limits, like the move at Spa through Eau Rouge. But when it gets to off the circuit, they're great friends. They're having a huge amount of respect for each other. And that is exactly what sportsmanship and exactly what racing is all about. But something's happened to... what was our race? Van Panther's got a lag issue. He's having it again. Van Panther is down to 13th. He's got an internet problem. If it doesn't sort out, he's going to be retiring from the race. And this could be critical to his championship bid. The fastest man in qualifying. And all of a sudden, Raceway is out of the race. The new record holder for Donington Park goes off and has to watch this race from the paddock. Devastating scenes here in the heart of the United Kingdom. You can almost hear the sadness echo among the fans. And now that leaves Asa Acola to fight, really, with the man in P2, is Olin Fox. The only issue is that Olin Fox is about 2 seconds away. He's not an immediate threat to Asa Acola, meaning that Asa's got a bit of a breather for the moment. The top four separated by a total of about 7 seconds as they went through the Craner curves. In B13 and P4, Lounger P5, Cortese 6th, then Segadila, Lazarus 8th, and then Mr. P8, then Wild 7th. Who's not done a bad job at all there in P10, P11 Mergia, Kappa 1 and 12th, and out of the race, Stuntman Mike after the early punt, and Van Panther after an unfortunate internet code issue. And you can just imagine that his emotions right now will be through the roof, in a mixture of frustration, anger and sadness. But nonetheless, so the laps are going to tick on by. The opportunities start to fade. We're approaching the halfway mark right now. And it's still into the leads from Olin Fox. To see what Olin Fox can do. Why can't he prove to be a worthy challenger to Asa Acola? I don't see why not. He's keeping him to under 2 seconds at the moment, and that slipstream is definitely going to help down that long back stretch in towards that final chicane. A very tricky final chicane, I should add. Not exactly the easiest corner in all of racing at all. Very sharp braking point. I actually had the honour to race it a couple of weeks ago back at the Autosport show in a simulator, and it's such a difficult corner to nail down, especially in a car like this Mitsubishi Evo, one that does carry a lot of front downforce. It means the car bottoms out as you enter it, and it also means that locking up is a very common problem, and I'm sure you're going to see that multiple times as the cars go into the chicane. There's a little bit of elevation change as well. And as you see now, look, very heavy braking by Asa Acola, but it gets so slowed down. Mind the anti-cut strips as well. You've got ultra oversteer on the exit. You've got ultra the gravel trap on the right. It is a very technical corner, and one which can often cause a lot of controversy. Very much like the Champion Tour Montreal, it has really taken the races of many great racing drivers. It has taken potential winners and turned them into drivers who don't even make the podium in the short space of just a couple of seconds. The blink of an eye and a mistake can happen, and the rest is history. But Olin Fox has had a tremendous lap last time round. He's now got the gap between himself and Asa down to just 0.7 seconds. So he's done a fantastic job of really bringing him closer. Can he convert it into a manoeuvre though? Let's see if we can find out, because he hasn't done, as we say, too badly at all at the moment. And up to the top again. There's a nice mid-pack battle forming, in fact. B13, Lounger, Cortese and Segadilla. They're about 3 or 4 seconds apart each, but in all honesty, I can't see why they can't make a little go of that. They're definitely close there. We've seen these guys get very aggressive and very tense before, especially I think it was Indianapolis, rings a bell. Sonoma always provides to be some just truly remarkable racing indeed. That really does always bring a joy to my, or I would say voice technically, as we just see those guys battle Sonoma. But right now, seeing them really race their hearts out around Donington is just as pleasing. They really are putting on a fantastic show today. But Segadilla still P7. He's fallen back a little bit there from the Cortese Lounger scrap. B13 also. Grafindel, Lolin Fox. But Lolin Fox is still catching Asa O'Connor. He's keeping him to well within a second. We'll just have to wait and see if he can transfer it into a manoeuvre. That's what we've all been waiting for. To see if the mighty Asa O'Connor is going to get challenged or no into that chicane again. Big lock up by Lolin Fox. He went very quick into that corner. You can see the smoke coming off the floor. As Asa O'Connor goes wide again. Let's compare lap times as they cross the start finish line then. So it is a 1:19.4 to a 1:19.6. Asa O'Connor did get 2 tenths on him that time. But in towards the crane of curves for the 10th time today. And Lolin Fox swings the car in, was much more aggressively than Asa. That was almost like watching a roller coaster. That was a very dramatic turn of the car, very swift in its movement. And they made their way back up the hill. They're pulling away from Graufinkel. And Graufinkel's sort of been the unsung hero, hasn't he? He's had some great results as of late. And you can see that. I think he's had another no! Not another internet issue. And it is netcode that is plaguing the drivers of Sim Raceway. It was P3 moments ago, now struggling, down in 8th position. The man who's had some solid runs here at Sim Raceway recently. And I think this may be the end of that run. And unfortunately for him, I think that's going to be a retirement. There's not really much we can do from here. Yeah, so Graufinkel, takes an early retirement. Kappa Bomber battling with Mercia down in 9th and 10th position there. Those two getting a little bit frisky. But let's see what Kappa Bomber can do, because into that chicane, very difficult place to pass. Is well tricky enough to fit one car through, let alone two. But Asa still leads. He's got a gap nearly 2 seconds now. Lolin Fox starting to fall back a little bit. They made their way to the top of the hill. Just up front there you can see Castle Donington in the background. The iconic venue, which of course almost hosts Download Festival as well. A very famous UK hard rock music festival full of metal and pop punk bands. So from the roar of engines to the roar of guitars. And very interesting fact about the Donington circuit as well. One which may actually interest you. Legendary rock band Status Quo. Rick Parfitt's son actually races in the British GT series. So there's something you don't know. And Rick Parfitt himself said that the buzz between performing on stage at a festival and driving one of those GT cars are almost identical. So if you can imagine the emotions you'd be feeling on stage, you know, even in a drama performance at school or giving a presentation at work, escalate that by about 20,000, and that's pretty much what you have when you're driving one of these Mitsubishi Evos around a venue iconic as Donington Park. Colin Fox still trying to keep him in check there though, a 1.9 second differentiation at the moment. It is subject to change. I'm sure it's not going to stay the same for too long. But it has seemed at the moment that Colin Fox, whilst pulling away from B13, has kind of let off the throttle a bit. Either he's trying to overdrive the car, making it, yeah, you can see, yeah, he's gone a bit wide there. But either he's trying to overdrive the car or maybe just stepping off and realising, why fight for first, I'll take second. There's still 2 more races. No driver is completely alien. Acer, we thought for a long time, may have actually come from another planet with the sheer perfection of his driving. But he is prone to making mistakes, as is every driver. He's not invulnerable, he's not impenetrable, he can be beaten. And a lot of drivers have proved that in the past. Van Panther's definitely had his run at him. And one man we're sure is going to have another run will be down in at 900 to 1100 skill quant a little bit later on the A race. 37 laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where Asa Acola will be back with a vengeance to try and take another victory. We'll see if he can achieve that feature in just a little while, but for now all his attention's right here in the heart of England as they go through the Crane and Curse for the 13th time today with a gap of about 4 seconds. So Asa Acola is flying and really has the control, or the race pace control, in the palm of his hands. Yeah, you can already see there is a definite distinction, the difference between the driving style of what Colin Fox was doing at the start of the race and what he's doing now. Very sensible driving, actually. Got to commend him for that. It does take a lot of skill to pull off a driving style like that and to change it and keep it consistent, keep your lap times as good as they've ever been. But right now, B13's position may not be safe in P3 either. Lounger's definitely going to give it a run. He's had a very strong race today, Lounger. He's moved up a couple of positions due to the retirements of others because of their net code. But even so, as they go across that start-finish line again, he's only a couple of seconds away, and Lounger, you can't really blame him for having a shot now. 3 more laps to go. It's all over the back of him, isn't he, as they go through Craner once again. Will he get close enough to have a look, though, for an overtaking manoeuvre? That's another issue entirely. Catching is one thing and passing is another, as the words were once famously spoken by everyone's favourite Formula 1 broadcaster. Through the old hairpin and then climbing the hill once again. B13 is succumbing to the pressure of Lounger. He has made a couple of minor errors as of late, and as Lounger dips the car in nice and early. Oh, he's hit that perfectly there, in fact. A little bit of grass on the exit, but that's not going to stop him from gaining a healthy advantage this time round. Again, you can see the back wheels spinning for Mercedes. You can really see the pressure start to mount on the back of him now. And through the final chicane, and there's been a lot of ground gain, hasn't there? Lap 15 about to start, then the penultimate lap of the race, a run through of your order. Asa Acola leads, Colin Fox second, B13A6 is in P3, Lounger in 4th as he looks for a manoeuvre in turn 1, and Redgate is going to deny him the opportunity. Very difficult corner to overtake. Cortese P5, Seguidilla 6, Mr. PA in P7, 8th place, Wild 7, Mergia 9th, and Kappa Bomber in 10th. Retirements for today, Graufindel, Lazarus, Van Panther and Stuntman Mike. But the real battle now is for P3, and the tension's building, the adrenaline's pumping and the engine's revving harder than ever as they make their way up the hill through the old hairpin for the penultimate time today. Can B13A6 hold on, or has Lounger got another trick up his sleeve to try and pull out an impressive podium finish here at Donington? Let's find out. He makes his way to the top. Not quite close enough through there, but he needs a nice run onto the straight. That very long sweeping right-hander going to prove to be a bit of an issue if he can't get the line right. I think he may have just got it in a in nice enough shape. Let's see where he can go from here. Will he go to the inside? He's thinking about it, but thinks much better of it. And look how close he gets. He may as well have traded paint. And it wouldn't surprise me if you can see the Mitsubishi Evo printed on the back of B1386's Mitsubishi Evolution X there.
This is the final
Lap
Keep it
16,
going.
final lap of the race is underway. And the only position that could be subject to change is the one you're looking at now. As B13 goes a bit deep into turn 1, he was almost punished of that and revoked of his third position. Through Craner once again. And now B13 is really pushing, and see how much speed he's trying to carry through there. Little bit of a lift early on the throttle. He needs to keep this position, and that's going to help. Launcher went a bit wide. He's going to suffer through the old hairpin. You can see a plane taking off in the foreground. Beautiful views here at Donington Park. Again, a massive thank you to every single person who's worked at Donington to bring us this fantastic partnership and for offering up that brilliant prize of the British Touring Car Championship tickets. And because of this partnership, we're able to bring you such a spectacular race here today in a battle which may very well come down to just one corner in a moment. But Asa Ricola is going through that corner now, through Goddard's for the final time today. And Asa Ricola is going to take 2 wins out of 2. A great start to the championship for Asa Ricola. Just gets even better. A dominating win here at Donington Park after a Van Panda DNF. Colin Fox takes P2, will be elated with that one. B13 holds on to third, Cortese fourth, Lounger fifth. Lounger's had a big off there then. Something's happened to Lounger. I reckon he's gone off at Goddard's, and well, I'm guessing Cortese's just taking it from him. Lounger will not be a happy bunny at all. Segadina takes 6th, PA 7th, Wild 7 is going to take 8th place, with Mergia presumably going to finish in front of Kappa Bomber, with Grafindel, Lazarus 16, Van Panther and Stuntman Mike 24 not finishing the race. Now that does bring an end to this second round of the Evolution X World Championship for 2014. Don't forget, there should be highlights and a podcast review with maybe a couple of driver interviews available here on the Sim Raceway YouTube channel by midweek or so. But until then, don't forget guys, we've got 2 more races coming up for you as we fly our way back over to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 900 to 1100 round 2 of the Sim Raceway New Year's Championship. We'll see you very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back to your penultimate race of the evening, and it is the first race of the 900 to 1100 skill quad back here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the iconic 1957 Maserati 250F, and what a delightful car it is to be featured here in this championship of the New Year's one for 2014. It truly is a fantastic looking car, the 2.5 litre Formula 1 car, which really did make an impact on the sport. And some of the notable drivers to take it, of course, were the legendary Joan Manuel Fangio and Stirling Moss as well, an all-time British legend, and really did take Formula 1 to new heights. So I think you can still see it actually at places such as the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It does make regular appearances there, so be sure it is still in existence. You can still see them occasionally, but believe me, the era has parted. That's why it's great to see it here. The V12, which was naturally aspirated, is back here racing again at Indianapolis for one more time. 4 minutes of qualification left, and it is the Magico that currently tops the timesheets of 102.555, just 300ths of a second quicker than Severio. AZ Best sits in third. Mad Max gets bumped down to fourth as AGO 6 jumps up to P4 there. Fregel sits in P6. John Daniels in seventh. Luke Sky in 8th place. 9th is the Flow. 10th Mr. PA, and that rounds out your runners for the moment in time. And it's notable as well that oval racing is a completely different beast to road racing, and not only that, but oval racing on one of America and even the world's most hardest ovals, Indianapolis. It is not one for the faint of heart. It will punish you for any tiny error you make, and it's claimed the races of many different drivers in the past. It has turned winners into heroes and heroes into legends here back at what could be one of the greatest speedways of all time. It has seen some of the most breathtaking moments. One of them wasn't even from IndyCar, it was from the Indy Lights race about, I think it was a year ago, where they saw a 4-wide finish to determine the winner on the final lap. It really was a remarkable race, and who knows, we may even get something similar today with these 1957 Maseratis. We may just be lucky, but for now we have to go through qualifying with everything on the line in the New Year's Championship. 2 minutes to go. AZ Best just tops the Magico by about 400ths of a second. The question is, so can he keep it there as the session goes in towards its final few stages? It's not all over until our checkered flag falls. There's definitely still some life left in this session, that's for sure. There's still no change further inside the top 5 at this stage. John Daniels still remains firmly planted in P7. It's all kind of stationary. The driver who's done the least amount of laps is the Flow. The driver who's done the most is the Magico on 8. Everyone else on 7. And of course the Flow on 6. But the majority of drivers managing 7 laps. The track is pretty congested out there. It's not like it's a clean, open qualifying session where you've got all the time in the world. It is fiercely contested for track position. You do have to fight for it, and you may or may not have to deal with traffic. That is part and parcel of oval racing, and it is part of what makes this car and this track so special. As Fregel in P6 looks to try and find about a 10th of a second to break himself into the top 5. He's got a little bit of work to do as he brings his way through turn number 2. He's got to be careful there with the grass. That's going to really play a hazard during the race if he's taken that kind of aggressive line. He's still got quite a little bit of work to do at the moment. So over the line, oh, Fregel goes very wobbly again there. So he's struggling today, it seems, Fregel, as he zooms down the main straight at a speed of about 160 miles an hour there, just tops it now. Will he move up into P5? That's the key issue, really. No, he doesn't. He stays 6th, so still not enough yet. And Pierre brings himself down the start finish straight as well from P10. He definitely does need a big lap, doesn't he? So qualifying isn't everything, but it can definitely mean a lot in this sort of session. Over the line goes PA to start a lap. So that was interesting. That wasn't actually a fly, that was an outlap he was on. Nice and early exit from turn 1. He didn't want to stay on that white line too long at all. And you can't blame him. He has a tendency to throw drivers off course and make life a bit difficult for them. But you can see the amount of work that's going on inside that cockpit. This is by no means an easy task for these drivers. They are struggling. It's light trying to tame a wild beast. As down the main straight comes PA. The prime slipstreaming opportunities on the circuit. And a nice and clean downshift. Bit too late on it though. That's going to throw him out wide. I can't really see him beating Luke Sky's time with a bit of recklessness coming out of turn number 3 into 4. Only time will tell. It's definitely, as we say, not over just yet. It could be now. Yeah, definitely over now. He's not going to beat a time with that sort of exit on turn 4. And of course, if he doesn't reach the optimal speed that that car needs by turn 1, no, he doesn't do it. He stays 10th. So that is, as far as I'm aware, Session over Severio takes pole position from AZ Best in 2nd, DeMagico 3rd, AGO6 4th, Fregel 5th, Mad Max the Flow, John Daniels got knocked down to 8th, Luke Sky and PA will be right back with you with the full 17 lap race. Hello everybody and welcome back live here to the SimRacer YouTube channel for the second round of the New Year's Championship. It's the 19th of January, 2 more rounds to go until we decide ourselves a winner. My name's Liam Jenkins. I'll be calling you through all the action here today. 10 cars, 23 laps. Only one of them can be crowned the king and take the maximum points going in towards round number 3. The question is, who will it be? Let's find out then. We've got 3 lights and now we've got the 4th. Big start by Easy Best, but Severio got a much better start. Holding that inside line, DiMaggio making a charge there from P3. And he's going to see if he can try and make that move into turn number 1. They're almost 3 wide there. Severio storming through the middle, makes it easy peasy. And now the rest of the cars playing catch up already. Severio got the optimal launch going out of the first corner, and look at the rest of the field having to play catch up now. They're just really struggling, all tightly packed together. And just look at them separate out already. A little bit of movers and shakers as they get down the main straight. You can really start to feel a bit of the tension now that these drivers have through turn number 3 for the first time. Still no real place changes yet though. Bit of a loose side there for AG06. That wasn't exactly how he wanted to enter turn number 4. That's definitely for sure. As the flow goes behind him, Luke Sky 80 looking like he's got a bit of oversteer there as well. As they're stuck in that midfield as they come towards the end of lap number 1. 1 down, 22 to go for Severio as he leads the way after the opening lap. And side-by-side action this time round behind AZ Best as DiMaggio overtakes Luke Sky 80 going side-by-side with the flow there, in fact. And they're still... Oh, he came off way too. Craig has a bit aggressive moving up the track. And the flow and Mad Max are now getting very close together. Mad Max made us sneak up the inside of both of them. In fact, I think he may just have done. He has. Very sly maneuver indeed there by Mad Max. And it's wide, and we're almost 4 wide already. Here we go, we are 4 wide going in towards turn number 3. And that is absolutely phenomenal. I never thought I would see that with these Maseratis. I was kind of kidding when I mentioned it earlier on. But this is absolutely sensational driving here. Through turn number 4, we've only done 2 laps. The idea is meant to drive it easy. Meant to take it easy, let the race come to you. You know, just do what you can with pace. You don't need to be the fastest driver out there to win it. We're 2 laps in, and drivers have gone 4 wide. Now that is absolutely brilliant stuff to watch. The flow enters turn 1. He's gone very wide there, and that may be a bit of a punishment coming from the cars behind him for doing that. He loses 1 spot. Is he going to lose 1 to Daniels? Yes, he does. The American sails up into P8. No questions asked about that. But my goodness me, what an emphatic start to this race it's been. So the drivers making their way through turn 3, the flow almost side by side there with PA, but not quite close enough to make a manoeuvre that time around. Luke Sky and Daniels also going pretty hard right now. Is Luke on the inside of John, ducks back into the slipstream to come down the main straight. 4 laps down. So we have 20 laps to go then here at Indianapolis. And they're pretty much equal there as they cross the start-finish line. No more than about 100th of a second. Daniels backs out. Luke Sky moves up into P7. So this is where all the action's taking place in that midfield battle right now. As Fraggle tries to defend off from Mad Max 66. That will be interesting to watch. And taking a look on board there with Mad Max and how he's perfectly aligned himself with that rear end of Fraggle. Is he going to maybe go for the move? Looks to the inside. And that should be signed, sealed, delivered through turn number 3. Easy off the throttle. You want to be careful when you step back on it. There may be contact there. Fraggle's about 1/10 of a second away. And he's got the move done. So Fraggle moves down to P6. Mad Max reclaims his space in the top 5. Will he stay there or no? Is yet to be seen. He's got a little bit of work to do now. So through turn 1 again, nice cluster of cars back with Daniel's PA in the flow. This has been absolutely brilliant to watch through turn number 2. And Daniel's holding his ground fairly strong there in 8th position at the moment. His PA looks to play catch up. As to the rest of the drivers, so actually none of them have really looked too strong. It's just one massive continuous line, one massive duel. In fact, it really does feel like a sprint race for these drivers. The only issue is, so you can make up a position now, you can make up 5 positions now with one fantastic manoeuvre, and in about 5 minutes time, one tiny error could see you lose ultimately. So then, as the race gets properly underway, Daniel's again side by side with Luke Sky 80. If you're just joining us, we've seen a pretty big... Oh, and Daniels flips the wall. And just to cut me off there, I didn't want to put a commentator's curse on it. I was just about to mention the attrition rate and how it hasn't been that bad at all today. Drivers have been making a pretty... Yep, I've jinxed it. Daniels goes wide, tries to avoid the pit lane. And I think that's a warning not to talk about attrition anymore. Daniels very nearly slammed into that pit wall barrier, but now we do have a battle for the lead between Saverio and AZ Best. That has come down. Wow, it's come down a huge amount. AZ Best now with just under half a second towards Saverio, the race leader. He was about 2 seconds away, so Saverio's either dropped in pace, he's moving to the inside line. What is he doing there? That is very, very, very offline. Now that is where all the marbles are going to be, which Maserati's produced. So it's not exactly the quickest line to take at all. You're going left to right to left to right. The car's oversteering like it's a drift car, really. It's almost like he really is trying to drift an Evo around the circuit. And he's got a very aggressive style, Saverio, and it's not working for him. He's just another 10th of a second there. AZ Best is just ripping it out of him. And you've really got to wonder how much longer Saverio's going to keep for, because that driving style surely is not going to be complimenting anyone, because it's just slowly slipping away from him here. AZ Best is dropping back a little there, and a bit wide through turn number 2, but again, there's nothing that's going to throw caution to the wind. Saverio, I don't know what he thinks about that line being quicker, but he goes to the inside and then back to the outside again. He's losing time by doing that. AZ Best, all it's doing really, if you're going left to right on a straight, is giving AZ Best more and more time to sink into that slipstream and take more time out of you. The gap is now down to 2.5 tenths of a second. I'm not exactly sure what's going through Saverio's mind right now, unless he's trying to lose this thing, but it's a very peculiar line to go all the way to the inside, then back to the outside. Unless he's trying to go uber defensive, just in case there's a surprise manoeuvre, I can't really understand his reasoning as to trying to attempt the trap position like that. But either way, I suppose it's working for him. It would have earned him pole position if he's driven like this the entire way. AZ Best is stuck with him the majority of the race so far. And now the gap really is just under 2 tenths now. As they come down the straight, this could be the day of reckoning then for Saverio. Is this driving line going to punish him? He's gone to the outside with that late manoeuvre as AZ Best looks to the inside. And he could have brought that on himself, didn't he, really, AZ Best? I'm not really sure what that line was meant to do. It's a very predictable line once he's got it going, and AZ Best was able to just say thank you very much, slip through, and that was like taking candy from a baby. AZ Best now leads the race as we come towards the end of lap number 9 out of 23. So big start there by AZ Best as he starts his 10th endeavour of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in front of Severio. But Severio's still staying with him though. It's not exactly all over yet. Those two, wow, have a whopping 4 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot if you said that at Donington, but at Indianapolis, 4 seconds is a heck of a lot of time. And as Severio right now again gets quite close. See, that line works when you're in a slipstream, but defensively it does not work at all. So Severio's line is working, well, as best it possibly could. Seemingly, because he's able to just duck down, get some clean air, and as he comes back in, he rejoins the slipstream and gets more benefits. He's going to the inside again. And will he reclaim the lead and lead at the end of the 11th lap with the 23 here today? He takes it into turn 1. Easy Best cuts back underneath him. Very cheeky manoeuvre indeed. Slams the door shut. Nice defensive driving there by Easy Best, our race leader. It's all died down towards the backfield now, so the main focus is all on our two leaders, Easy Best and Severio. Down the back straight they come. Severio on the definite aggressive path here. Through turn number 3. And Severio's going to try and figure out a way to get past him. So again, quick apologies for if we have experienced any technical difficulties today. We are still trying to get to the bottom of them, but Easy Best, lap number 12, leads the way sideways through turn number 1. Severio follows in a close second, but unable to capitalise on any mistakes at the moment. DeMagico P3, AGO6 in 4th, Mad Max in 5th, Frego P6, Luke Sky in 7th, The Flow is in 8th place, John Daniels is in 9th place. And he is being haggled there a bit by Mr. PA in 10th, so that's definitely going to be something to watch out for. There may not be a quiet moment as we once thought. This could still definitely be one of the most entertaining races. We saw that 4-wide scenario earlier. Frego's catching Mad Max. There's definitely still a lot of life left in this race as we just navigate our way past the halfway point. So over the start-finish line once again, lap 13 now underway. So we are now starting to see, instead of a one massive grid battle like earlier on, a lot of individual duels. You've got the two leaders separated by about a second now, about 8/10 exactly. DeMagico in P3, he's going to be battling with AGO6 very shortly, about 1.3 in that battle. Mad Max and Frego, here about 7/10. Then Luke Sky and The Flow, and John Daniels and PA. So we do have about 6 separate battles, as AZ Best really does start to put the pressure on Severio to keep up with him now. He's putting on a masterclass of how to drive Indianapolis. He's now 8/10 of a second faster than the man in P2. And these individual duels are starting to heat up a bit as well, especially towards the rear end of the field. One of them in particular, John Daniels and Mr. PA. PA on the attack in P10 at the moment. Has got a lot of work to do though to pass Daniels, who's put on a nice consistent display today, despite a very Larry moment earlier on, coming out of turn 4, almost colliding with the pit wall. He did very well to maintain control of that Maserati, which is a lot easier said than done if you've seen them. So let's see what PA can do. Takes a much wider entrance into turn number 3 there to try and gain a benefit on the slipstream. We'll see how that pans out as they go through turn number 4 in just a moment's time. Through they go and onto the main stretch. Daniel's over the line and was actually about 4/10 quicker that time than Mr. P8. Well, P8 has a much stronger line into turn 1. He can't quite get the throttle down early enough to turn it into a positive gain. And all the cars are gaining on each other now. I have noticed that from about, I think, P5 downwards are getting a lot closer. Those 4 cars may end up battling once again. Say the battle may have only just begun, or well, the battle is over, the war may have just begun, I believe the saying goes. I think that could be the case here. They go through turn number 3, as we say, at 15 of 23. Severio still catching AZ Best, again, not giving up on that fight at all, is he? He's only 6/10 away. There's still definitely time for him to make something of this. He's had a much stronger line through turn number 1, that's for sure. Turn 2, I think he may have a bit of a run as well. He's positioned the car perfectly. It's a much better line than what we saw earlier on. It's like a completely different driver. AZ Best now doing the defensive thing, what Severio was doing earlier on, and moving his car to the inside, then bringing it back over across the racing line again. Whether this works or no is still yet to be seen, but a few different drivers have attempted it now, so I suppose I may be wrong. It could work. And oh, there's a big move for AZ Best and Severio. Both going to be distracted out of turn 4. They both mirrored each other's incident. And I think because of that, now Severio has not only got a lot closer, but he's got to be feeling a bit of momentum, isn't he? Lap 17 of 23. AZ Best is completely sideways. And we have a battle for the lead. Let's see what happens then as the race does come to its climax. Lap 17 of 23. We've got 6 laps left then before we decide a winner of week 2 of the New Year's Championship. And Severio has to be the underdog here right now. AZ Best has made mincemeat on that pass at the very early stints of the race. He's led most of it, but Severio is stuck with him. He's not let him go. And he could very well be an underdog to take it from him right up from under his nose. They cross the line. Especially when AZ Best starts making errors like that. And onto the main straight. Much tidier line by AZ Best. Oh, I don't think it was tidier than what he attempted last lap. I'm not exactly sure what was running through his mind, but it was not that was a good idea. Over the line again now. The quicker man that time was in fact Severio by about 0.05 of a second. And at this stage in the race, it all crucial, it all matters. In towards turn number 2. And look how close it is now, 2/10. Is history going to repeat itself? But the 2 drivers swap. AZ Best goes defensive on the inside. Oh, I see, right, he's moving the zip. It's a very clever idea there by AZ Best. I've just realised what he's doing. He's getting out of the way so that Severio does not get a slipstream going in towards turn number 3. Now, it is notoriously a slower line, and that's why DiMagico is catching these guys hand over fist right now. But it does mean that he holds on to that lead a bit longer, and with lap 18 to go, you know, lap 18 of 23, 5 laps to go as they cross the line this time, you can't really say it's a bad plan at all. He wants to defend this lead, not give it away, and just have it stolen from him. And in a championship where it's only short, and in a championship where every single point is vital to climbing your way to the top of the rankings, you have to take drastic measures, and maybe this could be the one to set him apart from the rest of the field. But now Severio has a much greater chance at getting the pass into turn number 3, I think. Does he go to the inside? Or he lifts the brakes. He's been very smart, hoping AZ Best will go wide. He gets better traction coming out the corner. Didn't quite work for him that time. Although he is still safely with inside 0.2 of a second. The Magico now 7 seconds away. Was 8 previously. We're down the home straight once again. They start lap number 20. 4 laps to go. And into turn 1. Very early cut in there by AZ Best. Again, very defensive manoeuvre. And he's gone sideways a bit again. Let's take a look on the rest of the field, actually, and see if there are any more battles brewing in the background. I think it's all come to a stalemate at the moment. Indeed it has. It's all focusing on what's happening with our 2 leaders. As heading towards turn 3 for the 20th time today. AZ Best leads for how much longer? It's still unclear to us. But we'll have to wait and see. He's done definitely an insane job at the moment. Over the line, lap 21, then 3 more laps to go until this race is over. That means that there's only 12 more opportunities for Saverio to undertake and try and get a manoeuvre going. The gap now back to the Magico is up to 8 seconds, so they have gained a little there. That is going to be a comforting thought for both drivers. But through turn 3, AZ Best again trying to hold on the best he can. It's definitely been one of the greatest battles for the lead, or definitely for the longest stretch of time anyway. Constant pressure by both parties. They've never left each other to race, and a slow exit there by AZ Best, and look at that lead come tumbling down on your right hand side of the screen. The gap now back to about 0.4 of a second. Penultimate lap of the race. And AZ Best has got to be feeling like it's all going to come crashing down, or it could all go sailing into one of the greatest feelings he's ever felt as a Sim Raceway driver. His first win in a broadcast event in a championship. Or is Saverio going to snatch it from under his nose in the final moments? It's happened before and it can happen again. History has a habit of repeating itself, especially when the stakes are this high and at a circuit with as much history as this. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what the edge of your seat was made for, as the drivers round turn number 4 to start the final lap of the race, and round 2 of the championship about to come to a close. 0.2 of a second, the difference between AZ Best and Saverio at the moment. And Saverio is looking dangerous. Goes to the outside. Here comes AZ Best and trying to defend it, pushing him wide. Saverio takes none of it. He tries to get the car underneath. AZ Best reluctant to let that inside line fade away. And Saverio is left still vying for more. 1 corner. 3 left now for AZ Best to hold on. Can it be done? 2 corners down. Now comes the hard part. This long straight. Best tries to get away from the slipstream. He does not want him gaining. It's a very cheeky tactic. It works. It stops that slipstream from becoming dangerous. Into turn number 3, Saverio's got to find some speed somewhere. Will this risky method of cornering work for him? We spoke about it earlier on as a disadvantage. Attacking though, it's an advantage. And look how close he's getting. 0.2 of a second away. As he looks to the outside, it's going to be a photo finish surely. No, he hits him. He hits AZ Best. And if he was a fraction of a second earlier, it would have been a drag race to the line. But AZ Best wins due to a tiny, tiny error by Saverio. And it was the tiniest of touches as well. And Saverio's race gets cut short by the tiniest amount of time. The Magico takes P3, AGO6 takes 4th, Mad Max, good result in 5th. Fregel, Luke Sky, John Daniels in 8th place. 9th place is the Flow. 10th place will be Mr. PA. And that leads that makes sure that every single driver finishes this race. So not a single driver had a crash or anything like that or made an error. But what a finish that was. An AZ Best must be, well, this way, he must have an entire mug full of sweat right now because that's going to be a very tense time for him. But even so, a massive well done to every single driver in that race. That was an incredible race. AZ Best already offering congratulations and appreciation to Savaria for such a race. Savaria says a pleasure. Great sportsmanship between those two. It's great to see. But the best is yet to come. The big one, the A race to the 900 to 1100 skill quad is on its way to your screens very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome to a thrilling final qualifying session then of your Sim Raceway evening. It is the A race for the 900 to 1100 skill quad and it could not get any tighter. Michigan versus Asa Acola, the rivalry that has been building for weeks and weeks and weeks now may have just hit its boiling point. We've got the entire field bar one driver within a second of each other. And we've still got 3 minutes and 39 seconds left. My name's Liam Jenkins. I'll be calling all of the action for you for this historic car and track combo and all of the racing that it's going to produce. As we say, Michigan at 102.072, Asa Acola at 102.285, Agvarti, Penge and Grivy all within 102.3s. 102.4s belong to Pro Drifter, Seeker, Elite Speedway and Graufindel, who's on a 102.5, and then AZ Best also, and then Mr. Jones and PMMS are on 102.6s. Even so, the entire field all within 1 second of each other. This is going to be a remarkable race if things stay as they are. Asa Acola having already driven today with the Mitsubishi Evolution. In fact, he's already taken a win today in the Mitsubishi Evolution X World Championship at Donington Park, so now makes his debut here at Indianapolis in the Maseratis and see what he can do to take down Michigan. Michigan's got so close as of late as well to beating Asa Acola, but he just hasn't quite got close enough. He's just, maybe there's been like a bit of an internet issue or there's been some stuff which he hasn't been able to control. But right now, he needs all the help he can get. He's going to have a fantastic qualifying session, but as we've proven today, a good qualifying doesn't necessarily guarantee it's going to be a good race. Asa Acola turning his way into turn number 3 now, and he's got a bit of a cheeky car behind him actually trying to pick up a slipstream, and that's all he's gone wide. Doesn't matter. I was going to say, maybe getting reeled in there by Graufindel, who just sits outside the top 8 at the moment in P9 as Elite Speedway goes very sideways. But Asa Acola from P4. Oh, and let's see where we can go then. P3 Asa. Oh, he goes 2, so Michigan went 3rd. And then up to 2nd for a slight moment, but knocked back down again. But now Asa's still 2 tenths behind Michigan. Penge's within a tenth of Asa. Agvarti's just made a slight error there. He spun coming out of turn number 4. So that has not gone well there for him. He's going to try and sort that out as soon as he can. Even so, very interesting top 5 at this stage. Could not really get any closer. Well, it could. I don't want to jinx that now because I could end up with no voice by the end of this race. Agvarti's only 0.042 seconds in front of Grivy actually there, so again is struggling quite a bit today. See what he can do. It's nice to see him back inside the top 5, however. He's been a little bit absent from there lately. It's great to see him now back within a fighting contention, and especially on an oval as well where pretty much anything can go. But you can never rule out Agvarti's chances. Definitely one of the most talented drivers on the grid. So, closing minutes of this session and 5 seconds to go in fact. And now as the clock hits 0, Michigan pulls in. So he doesn't think he's done enough, and look at that. 100 of a second separate Penge and Asa Acola. Both are out on the circuit. In fact, I think Asa's going to be closer to finishing a lap. Yes, he's just going to turn 2 now. Oh, he goes very squirmy there coming out of the final corner. That has not gone well at all. I think he's done. I don't think he's got enough. Oh, he does go 2nd. He does pip it by the exact same amount he was behind. Penge can't do it, I don't think. No, he's pulling into the pits. So game over for Penge. Pro Drifter's in. Agvarti's bringing his car down the home stretch now. Will it get himself any higher? No, he stays 5th. 4th place for Grivy. no, you say 6th even, I beg your pardon. And AZ Best from P11, who did remarkable last race. And he retains 11th position. So that rounds out qualifying for this race. We'll be back very shortly with the full race coming to you live from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hello everybody and welcome back live to the Sim Raceway New Year's Championship for 2014. 37 laps of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with one of Sim Raceway's greatest upcoming rivalries, Michigan versus Asa Ricola. Let's find out who win the battle into turn 1, but who will be the winner after 37 laps. Will it be either of these? Will it be an underdog? Let's find out. Big start there by Michigan. Bit of smoke in the background by Asa Ricola, and Michigan keen to cut off Asa Ricola as soon as he possibly can as the field charged down in towards the first corner for the opening lap. Asa on the outside of Michigan, maybe trying to sweep it. Surely going to cut back inwards and try and take that slipstreaming position. And a bit of a movement in the backfield. No one's gone off just yet. The PMMS and AZ Best there. Bit of side-by-side action at the very rear end of the field. The rest of the drivers moving their way down the main straight for the first time today. Line astern as they all go fighting for track position. Very few drivers chancing a move on the inside line. But let's see if anyone does risk it perhaps. On the inside there goes Anxiety on Griffey. As Griffey's left hung out to dry there. I believe just behind him that's Seacombe as well, who's also suffered the same fate. They come towards the end of lap number 1. 1 down, 36 to go, and just been informed as well, a little chat before the race. There is a big moment there in the background, and that is for Graf Findel. And he's been lucky to keep control of that car. Very, very similar compared to what John Daniels did earlier on. Which again with a look up into turn number 1 is all getting very frantic. What I was going to say though was that there has been quite some discussion on the fact that the burning rate of the tyres, 37 laps, is a long time for these Maseratis to be going flat out 130 mile an hour minimum almost around this speedway in dirty air as well. Drivers may need a pit stop. Some are saying they will need to pit. Some are saying they're extremely confident they won't need to pit. Strategy is going to be absolutely vital, as could this 3-wide move. Griffey round the outside of Anxiety and Penge. I'm sure he's going to get high out to dry. He can't really find too much traction up on that side of the racetrack just yet. Yeah, maybe in a couple of laps, but for now I think it's all going to be a case of inside passes only. But the main pack is pulling away. The front 4 doing battle indeed. Michigan leads by 0.5 seconds. Then Asa Ricola, then Pro Drifter and Anxiety. P3, 4, 5 and 6 in a heavy, heavy battle right now. As of the rest of the field, in all honesty. But Pro Drifter, more than anyone, needs to pull away. He's got a hungry guy behind him in terms of Anxiety and Pro Drifter. Let's see what Anxiety can do. He's just in the slipstream, waiting for the right moment. Moving to the inside already. Maybe a bit speculant just yet, I'd say. He thinks he has the speed, but he can't really get any more momentum than he needs to. And he rides the curb nicely. He's trying to give as much room as he can. You've got to respect him for that. That's a lot of distance between both cars. You could almost fit a jumbo jet in there between those two guys. But as they make their way through turn number 4, they're still side by side. Either one reluctant to give away, but in the end Pro Drifter did carry more traction and therefore does maintain that position for just a little bit longer. We're not too sure how much longer. There is a lot of pressure being built up there by Anxiety. But now look at that pack as well, and just behind them, AZ Best, Elite Speedway and the rest of them. And is there a car off there? No, there's not, but Elite Speedway providing a lot of smoke through turn number 1. So we've got some very distinct racing right now. It will be interesting to see how hard these drivers push themselves early on. We're only on lap number 4, car in the wall. And now I believe again is Graf Findel. Second time today there's been an incident. A very shaky first couple of laps for him today. Darts to the inside anyway to overtake PMMS. That is for the final top 10 position right now. As we come towards the end of lap number 4, the start of lap number 5, it is still Michigan that leads the way. Solid 4/10 lead at the moment. It's not a lot. It can be a lot bigger, but it's a good start, that's for sure. So just quickly having a little look as to what's going on with the tyres. A lot of people saying they're confident they will survive, and mainly the fuel as well is going to be quite an issue. The fuel for this track, as you say, 37 laps, depending how hard you push that engine. If it gets overworked, it's constantly high revs. The lowest amount of revs you have around this circuit, from what I can see, is about 6,000, which for a 1957 Formula 1 car is quite a lot to be running constantly for about 40 minutes, which means fuel consumption is going to be very high. There may be some fuel pit stops, maybe some unexpected ones as well. They may not be planned, as Grivy plans a manoeuvre on Aksvati on the inside of turn number 1 at the start of lap number 6. Penge trying to duck into the slipstream. Aksvati on the outside, but a nice move there by Grivy. And it almost collided there. That was so close. Penge, Aksvati and Grivy all line of stand there. And again, that battle is going to get extremely interesting a bit later on. We'll wait and see how all of this pans out. But this is a very interesting battle right now. Look at them all side by side. Are we going to see another 3-1? Oh, swiftly shut the door by Grivy there. I didn't think I'd see that one coming. But these three are really giving it their all. It's only lap number 6, so I want to be quite careful. But an interesting statistic, between first place Michigan and 13th place Elite Speedway, there is just 10 seconds between the entire field. Extremely close here. Pacing is so neutral. It's all about the cars you're surrounded by. There is not really a lot to separate cars from their competitors, as Seacombe looks to the inside of Mr. Jones there. That's for P7. And he goes through pretty swiftly. There wasn't really going to be much of a fight there. Almost a third of the way through this race now. As the tension does start to rise a little bit inside the cockpits of the Maseratis, especially for Seacombe. He tries to hold on. Mr. Jones back on the assault again on that very narrow rear end. Careful not to give it a push. We saw that during the last race, and in turn that did cost Severio a victory. Very late call indeed. A little bit further up the field there is the battle between Penge, Aksvati and Grivy as well. Grivy and Aksvati kind of leading the show at the moment, with Penge the supporting act. Although he wants to take centre stage, doesn't he? Let's see if he can do that right now. Look how close the two cars get on the exit of turn 4. They almost traded rubber. Then Penge now with a double slipstream touches exactly what Severio did. That was exactly what cost him a victory last time round, and that has cost Penge an overtaking manoeuvre. But meanwhile at the front of the field, Asa Acola is leading from Michigan. And Michigan tried to come back. Asa Acola blocked the move off very securely. And now Michigan, they're looking aggressive, and again nudging him, and a bit cheeky there. Asa Acola wobbled. He will not be happy with that. But the drivers getting a bit cheeky out there, aren't they? I think you can feel how sassy they're getting. Their goal is huge, and that is way uncalled for if he's misread the corner or what. But Michigan way overshot the braking point there, and he rams into the back of Asa Acola. Hopefully there's no lasting damage. He's the first to apologise on the chat. He realises he was in the wrong. But look at Pro Drifter. Does he have a shot of perhaps taking this? Aksvati, it's non-stop action. Aksvati, Grivy and Seacombe battling now. Seacombe joins the trio that was there before of Penge, Grivy and Aksvati. We've got 4 cars in a draft going in towards turn number 1. And Aksvati to the inside. Now that is cheeky. It means Grivy can't open for a manoeuvre. Very sly manoeuvre indeed. And that takes a position. Gladly hold the oversteer there. Be careful. Penge's on the outside. Aksvati's going to try and sneak one up the middle. And there he goes. Signed, sealed, delivered. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you drive Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Absolutely beautiful stuff. See, if anything changes though, it's still very hot and tempered. As Grivy now looks to the inside, back of Aksvati. Not much separating those guys at all. And look at that view. 6 cars dueling away. Aksvati leading them round. It's almost like you're watching the velodrome, isn't it, with the cyclists? It's almost synchronised, the lines these guys are taking right now. Meanwhile, still Asa Acola leads as it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars duel away in the midfield. Absolutely spectacular. This is arguably one of the greatest races I've ever had the pleasure to commentate on in Sim Raceway, and it's only going to get better. These drivers giving it their all today. So still a quick update of the order there. Michigan leads again, having just overtaken Asa Ricola a moment ago. So I waited before I gave the update. Asa Ricola second. Third in his own little world right now, and arguably the most enviable position of all the drivers is Pro Drifter 100. He had a strong run last time out at the Auto Club Speedway. And right now, in all honesty, I think he's done a fantastic job of keeping his car where it currently is. He's P3, he's got 3 seconds one way, 2 seconds the other way. Why can't he keep his car at that current position, keep a bit of distance between himself and everyone else, and bring home some big points for the championship? Granted, there are some classic oval rookie errors by the rest of the drivers, but talking of rookie errors, a very swift cut-off there by Grivy as Penge looks to try and make a move around the outside. It's not quite there yet, and the door slams shut. Oh my goodness me, it's so tense between these drivers right now, and someone vying for an outside line there, bizarrely, is Penge. Realising it's not going to work, does go to the inside in the end. And let's just see how this pans out then. To the inside he goes, and I think it's going to be a sweeping manoeuvre. Yes it is, Grivy does still maintain that position. So as they made their way onto the straight for the 12th time today. Time flies when you're having fun. Lap 12 already. Grivy still assaulting Penge. Let's check back on our race leaders. Asa Ricola and Michigan separated by 0.3 of a second. The 102.3 last time for Michigan. The 102.4 for Asa Ricola. So that is where the differentiation is at the moment. And look at that. Very, very squirmy for Penge. He tries to pull alongside Agvarti and Grivy. These three have been battling like warriors all afternoon, and their race has only just got begun. We're not even close to halfway yet. Absolutely phenomenal stuff as they dart around the racetrack looking for a manoeuvre. Are we going to go 3 wide? Not quite this time, but you do get a sense that a big move is on the way. Well, look at this. So on a bit of a nudge there, I think that was by Penge, as I'm watching these completely gobsmacked. I'm on the edge of my seat, mouth wide open. And this is just every racing driver and fan's dream as Penge goes wide, and look how close Grivy was to making a mistake there and cutting him off. Mr. Jones now getting involved and moves in towards the top 6. A chance of a top 5 finish here increasing for those drivers. And we were saying how pivotal strategy is. If you're lenient on the fuel and being able to keep up with these guys, then you're going to have a much better time towards the end of the race, because you don't have to stop. And 2 or 3 of those drivers do, your life's going to become a lot easier. As Grivy looks to try and get Agvarti again, and there's just going to be no end to this battle, is there? It's going to be race long, as it's the Michigan and Asa Ricola war. I think it's become less of a rivalry and more of a war. It is just as big as a Red Sox and a New York Yankees rivalry if you're a baseball fan. These 2 drivers have really become some of the most talented on the grid for sure. Asa Ricola's had a sheer dominant hold over the Sim Raceway Sunday race off for such a long time, and Michigan over the past few months or so has really taken the fight to him, but he hasn't been able to yet, in a competitive environment such as this, put one over on him and take that victory. But today could be the day, as look at the skirmish that's going on over P4 right now. Agvarti is still holding it, but only just, as the rest of the field is still marching around trying to find a bit of track position and a bit of leeway. Even the back markers are catching up. There's only 9 seconds between first and fourth. So quick update on positions then. Michigan, Asa Acola, which is actually getting bigger now, 5/10. Pro Drifter, Anxiety, then in his huge amount of the battle, Griffey, Jones, Penge, Seacombe, the Stig, who's moved up from P9 now, he's getting involved in this now. This will be interesting, just to add another bit of fuel to the fire. 80 Best in 10th, Grau Findle, and then PMMS and Elite Speedway, who are still having their own little battle there at the edge of the pack. But look at Penge and Seacombe, that's going to get interesting as well. Those guys really giving it their all right now. But lap 15 of 37, and this race still truly belongs to absolutely anyone. As we take a look just as to what's going on at the field at the moment, Anxiety and Griffey very close through turn number 1. And that honestly had me on the edge of my seat again. And you can just, it's like one of those moments where it's like a train crash. You don't want to look, but you have to. You've just got this feeling that there's going to be an explosion at some point in the next few moments, but you're just not sure when it's going to happen. Is there going to be an explosion? Are these guys going to make it through cleanly the entire race? They're so tightly packed together. It's like watching NASCAR at Talladega. It's absolutely remarkable. Anxiety around the outside of Griffey, trying everything he can right now to put that move on in for P4, and he's almost on control. He has, and there's the explosion, or at least part of it. The catalyst has started. The sense of urgency is perhaps greater than ever. As Anxiety drops to P5, and the adrenaline pumping through his veins right now must be at skyrocketing high level. But just look at this gaggle of cars. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th now. The Stig gets involved properly. Are all dueling away. Michigan still leads. Asa Acola pulling it back slightly. Pro Drifter gaining on them as well. And both Griffey and Anxiety made tiny errors there. But this has been a remarkable race. But let's just try and actually examine. Oh, and a bit sideways there for Mr. Jones. I honestly speechless. I'm not sure how to call this. I'm so tense because I think there's going to be some sort of big explosion. It's all settled down for the moment, but I don't want to put a commentator's curse on it. I've never seen an Indianapolis race like this before. This is absolutely incredible. Pro Drifter is only 2 seconds away from Asa Acola. Griffey is starting to put a bit of distance now between Asa Acola and the rest of them as they come down the straight. And there you can see them. It's like watching a NASCAR race. Penge opens up on Mr. Jones for a move and has to break himself in towards the top 5. I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to make it stick or no, but only one way to find out, isn't there? And I'm sure he's going to be doing everything in his power to do that right now. It's through they go again. This is absolutely remarkable. If you're just joining us, welcome to what could be one of the greatest sim races you'll ever watch. 60 years since the Indy 500 was on the F1 calendar, and what a way to mark its history. Mr. Jones and Penge again side by side, and again Seacombe is on the assault and they're side by side. A bit of wheel bang in there, but not quite enough to provoke a big explosion that we keep hyping up. Michigan still in the lead of the race. Asa Acola is fluctuating. It's a bit of a seesaw moment at the lead right now. 5.6 tenths is what's separating Michigan from Asa Acola. Pro Drifter sits in P3 quite snugly at the moment. Still 2 seconds behind Asa Acola, but a whopping 8 in front of Griffey and that really be described as a war in the trenches between Penge, Mr. Jones, Seacombe and the Stig, including the rest of the pack as well, essentially there. Grivy and Xvarity have somehow got away. They've got their skates on and they've really turned it into a show of their own. It's like watching speedway bikes go around. The amount of oversteer that's on these cars, they're completely sideways at times. Absolutely fascinating to watch. But as they cross the start-finish line once again, the quicker of the two cars was actually Grivy. By about 0.3 of a second, so Grivy's gone into his own. And they're about 0.7 quicker than Penge, so the Penge parade is now well and truly underway. Bit of two-wide action there, as Mr. Jones gets quite aggressive. The Stig now looking involved. This is the closest he's been to an overtaking manoeuvre. He's stayed 9th the entire race so far as we hit the 20th lap out of the 37 scheduled here today. But still the Stig is looking for any moment he needs now to try and make his way through. AZ Best, the winner of the race previously, has already driven a lot of laps here tonight in practice and in racing. It came down to a nail biter. If you didn't catch it, a silly mistake by Severio just saw him nudge the back of AZ Best right at the end, giving him a little boost to get to that start-finish line. And now he's here with a chance of a potential top 5 if everything goes his way. Onto the main straight they come again. Still no sign of a pit stop yet. You say it is still rumoured. We're not exactly sure if a pit stop's going to come and who's going to be making them. Some drivers saying they're confident that they won't need to stop. Some of them maybe aren't so sure. So it's all going to come down to strategy and maybe calling your opponent's bluff to see if they'll pit in before you will know. But Seacombe getting a bit side by side there with the Stig, who's now taking 8th position. So the Stig is moving forward in a championship where, as we say, there's only 4 rounds. You need every single point you can manage. You have to try and get every point you can, because you don't want to be going into round 4 with all of the weight on your shoulders, the weight of the world pressing down. Then you have to get a good result to keep those title hopes alive. You want to secure as many points as you can early on to make it less of a chore, less stress into that final round. The Stig gets repassed there by Seacombe, and this is going to be to and fro for the next few laps. I can imagine AZ Best fancies his chances through turn number 4, but I can't really see that going anywhere, unfortunately. Very oversteery there was the Stig, but we've got to take a look back now at what's happening with the leaders. Michigan and Asa Acola again. Asa now with a big chance to put himself back in the lead of the race. He's only led about 3 laps out of the 22 here today so far. Michigan has been in firm control all afternoon, and now Asa Acola looks to try and take it from him. He just got close a moment ago, gonna make the move stick, but one man who is getting closer, creeping up the back stairs and maybe putting a bit of cold breath onto the next of these drivers is Pro Drifter 1000. Never write him off. He's got a good chance here at a win today. This is oval racing, this is Indianapolis, and he's in Formula 1 cars from 1957. It's been 60 years since there was an Indy 500 using these cars. And don't forget, Michigan, as he goes across that start-finish line, is carrying a legacy on his shoulders. Grivy wants everything he can as well. He's 9 seconds adrift, but Pro Drifter has got a real outside shot at this. Oval racing is so unpredictable, and Pro Drifter has given it everything he's got to catch these guys. He's almost under a second away from Asa now. He's getting closer and closer each time. He was 4/10 quicker last lap alone. So really starting to amp up the pressure now, and Asa's going to feel it. The hunter is becoming the hunted. Pro Drifter is creeping up fast. So we'll have to try and keep an eye on that battle as it progresses. But for now, we need to also keep an eye on the Seacombe battle with Mr. Jones. Those guys still going hammer and tongue after all this time. Been a remarkable few laps, hasn't it? The opening half to the race has been truly outstanding. And as Mr. Jones gets ready to look to the inside once again, not quite, so much better of it now. A much more relaxed Mr. Jones. He was quite uptight earlier on, maybe a bit too aggressive in places. The Stig and AZ Best still joining over 9th and 10th. The Stig actually dropped back from his previous position. He was as high as 8th a few moments ago. Unfortunately, his pace has suffered a little bit, and the oversteers come. And AZ Best has been able to make the absolute most of that and take that position from him. The Stig moving to the outside, leaving as much room as he can there for AZ Best to sweep across. And we noticed this in the race a moment ago as well. Drivers now dipping as far to the inside as they can when they're being caught from a car behind, just to make sure they do not get a slipstream, so they get as least time under that rear end as they can. But Pro is definitely making his mark in the top 3. He's got the leader now to with under 2 seconds. He's got Asa Acola to within 1.01 seconds. 24 minutes into this race and the top 3 separated by just 1.5 seconds. This is going to be an emphatic finish, that's for sure. They come down the main straight once again. Lap 25 about to get underway. What can Pro Drifter do? He just needs to get close enough that he can get a slipstream, or maybe even pray, just pray, that there's going to be a few pit stops in the line, and maybe both leaders do. And when that happens and you're in Pro's situation, there's nothing to lose, go for the big guns, go for the victory. So the laps are ticking by, the opportunities are fading, but the opportunities may not be around for much longer. As you said, they're slowly slipping away from Asa Acola now. He's slipped back to 900ths of a second away from Michigan. Pro Drifter is now 1.1 seconds away. We'll see what the lap times are as they come towards the end of lap number 25. They're through turn 3 now, and a very oversteery Asa Acola almost kisses the wall there with that rear right-hand tyre. And he's dancing that Maserati around like it's some beautiful woman on a dance floor, but in all reality, it's quite the beast to drive and quite the beast to tame. I tried driving it myself earlier on. Didn't go so well, unfortunately. I think I'll leave the driving to these guys. A 102.145 is the benchmark by Michigan. Quicker was Asa Acola, a 102.3. And a very uncharacteristically slow lap there by Pro Drifter, a 102.538. So it was about 4/10 slower that time than what Michigan did. So, as we say, very uncharacteristic of Pro Drifter. He's been doing fairly well as of late, been amping up the pressure, as we said, put in a lot of weight on Asa Acola's shoulders to try and keep that aggressive driving style up, because if he doesn't and he lets it slip once, makes a couple of errors, there is a very hefty price to pay, and that is that Pro Drifter will snatch the 3rd position. We all know that Asa Acola and Michigan are both championship contenders. Asa Acola got the leg up in round number 1, but here today in round number 2, it has been heavily dominated by Michigan. If something happens to one of those drivers and Pro Drifter gets in the way, he could be the ultimate catalyst in this battle. Every point matters. And if Asa Acola does not get 2nd place and lose just 1 point, and he loses out a few more, then come the final round, those few points he loses today could be absolutely critical. So the start of lap 27, then let's give you a run through of the order. Michigan still leads. Asa Acola 2nd with a bit of a wiggle as he enters turn number 2. Pro Drifter 100 sitting quite comfortably, well, more comfortably than ever it seems in P3. Griffey in 4th place has really escaped anxiety now. 2.7 seconds separating them from the man in P5. P6 is Penge. Seacombe and Mr. Jones still joining away over 7th and 8th position. Mr. Jones still chasing at the moment, as is the Stig holding P9 with AZ Best in P10. PMMS and Elite Speedway have been in this race-long battle. Now there's 2 cars off! The Stig and AZ Best go careering off! Now, was there contact or no? AZ Best has come off considerably worse. And now it's coming out of turn number 2. The Stig apologising, there was definitely contact. And the 2 cars resume their races with a feeling of sorrow in their hearts. They will not be best pleased about that. And I will be interested to see if there's any repercussions for the Stig. And if we get a replay at some point during the next week on this highlight show we're going to bring you guys, that's another point as well. Don't forget, keep checking on the Sim Raceway YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. There will be a midweek podcast and highlight show recapping all of the week's events, previewing the next week's events, and maybe a couple of driver interviews as well. So be sure to stick around for that one. Also, another battle that has just started amping up again is Mr. Jones and Seacombe. That's got very, very close as of late. And just after the crash we saw a moment ago, the last thing we want really is for there to be any more incidents involved. Mr. Jones still pressing on firmly onto the back of Seacombe, and you can see him reel in. And that's the effect it has when you don't duck to the inside line. Yes, you have a slower lap time. Yes, it doesn't exactly help your pace, but it stops that eventuality of an overtaking manoeuvre, which would otherwise be imminent. Jones still pressuring as Seacombe gets a little sideways. You can almost feel that car losing balance there as it hits the main straight once again on one of the most intimidating ovals in the world. Lap 29 of 37 about to get underway. The lap's ticking away. as are the opportunities. Jones has a great run into turn number 1, but it's going to be turn 3 where he makes his impact if it stays like this. Get through turn 1 and 2 as close as you can in the slipstream, and then make your pounce on turn number 3 and 4. And that has to be the strategy for Mr. Jones. It cannot be a spur-of-the-moment move to decide the lead of this battle. It has to be a well-thought-out, strategized manoeuvre. He's hit the wall, and somehow that's helped him. I'm not exactly sure how, but he's darted to the inside. There's no way Seacombe can get over in time, but because he hit the wall, he does not have the pace to match Seacombe in the long run. And I'm sure a sigh of relief will be going on inside the cockpit right now for Seacombe. And probably for me as well. I thought there may have been a bit of contact there. Those guys couldn't have got much closer if they tried, really. Lap 30 then. We've hit 30 lap mark. Michigan still leads. He's only led, well, only but led 27 laps today. Asa Ricola has only led 3. From what we can tell, 0.4 of a second still separate the two bitter rivals here as they circulate round one more time. Pro Drifter, that looming threat, still in the background. He's not going anywhere anytime soon, is he? He's still going to be a massive part in this battle, whether these two drivers like it or hate it. He's going to be there for quite some time, and there's going to be nothing they can do to shake him. Let's wait and see if he can really amp up the pressure though and get a bit closer. There's no guarantee he will. Through turn number 4 again. And he's really just got to try and maintain this sort of momentum that he has, because Asa Ricola is gaining on him. He did that time round. We'll check lap times as they cross the start-finish line. It's a 102.2 to a 102.3. So Michigan faster by about 0.08 of a second. A 102.289. Pro Drifter is on a rampage again. And you can just see he's stalking his prey. He's driving much cleaner, much more consistently. The aggression's there. Only 7 laps to go now. And you can really start to feel the anticipation building. Is there going to be an underdog story? Can Pro Drifter pull off a big upset here and assert himself as to one of the top contenders for this championship as Michigan locks up at the very front of the field? There's only one way to find out, but right now it is Asa Ricola that is still his closest threat. And ideally his greatest one as well. Over the line again, let's check lap times. Is Michigan still the fastest man out of the two, or has Asa Ricola found some speed? The gap would signify otherwise. A 102.3 to a 102.1. A 102.2. So Pro Drifter faster than the leader, but not matching Asa Ricola. And this is where Asa Ricola comes into his own. These final few moments, race after race, we see it. He's the biggest clutch driver around. If you can actually pick a Sim Raceway fantasy team of 2 drivers to score points, these two would arguably be the best ones. But in a moment of 5 laps to go, when the odds are the highest, when the points are at stake, you can only pick one man to try and clutch it and get that last chance manoeuvre in and successfully complete it. And it would be Asa Ricola. He's been to the Performance Driving Center at Sonoma Raceway in California, which is of course owned by Sim Raceway. And he really is one of the greatest talents that Sim Raceway has seen come through the ranks of the skill quants. Back onto the home stretch once again, and Michigan clips the wall. And this is what we mean, the sheer presence of Asa Ricola is threatening enough. When he's gaining on you this much, he's going to start playing psychological mind games with you. 33 minutes into the race, 3/10 the gap, and Pro Drifter is matching them for pace. If there's slight contact, Pro Drifter could take victory. Both drivers have to know this. They've got to think of the big picture. There's still 2 rounds left to this championship. They have to try and keep those hopes alive. I would much rather take second than a 4th place finish. Asa Ricola's hit to pit. Michigan has as well. In fact, the entire front 3 have. Now this will be key. Will Pro Drifter try and undercut? Will Asa Ricola try and undercut? The odds could not be greater right now. Who's going to sing into the pit lane coming off of turn 3, if anyone? Asa Ricola a bit wobbly this time. Obviously, fuel's beginning to be an issue. A couple of other drivers down the field with those fuel lights illuminated. Is anyone going to cut inside? Not yet. Pro Drifter doesn't either, so the front 3 stay out. Griffey also does, as far as we know. Xvarti and Penge now battling over that final top 5 position. But this could be the fuel cliff, and Anxiety clips the wall. Penge to the outside line, and we squeeze for room as they come down towards turn 1 for the 33rd time today. 34 laps now have just got underway. And Penge through turn 1 makes Anxiety pay for his errors. Although he's still on the outside line, and a big smash here by Penge. Anxiety with oversteer. These two drivers are on the edge of a cliff right now. It's almost like one of those cartoon things where they're just wobbling and wobbling and wobbling, and you can just feel they may just fall. They need to get their heads straight now, take some deep breaths. Anxiety regains his position. Can he keep it? Let's keep an eye on Michigan though. He comes round the final corner again. Laps ticking away. He's unlit the fuel button. That is interesting. The fuel button has come unmarked. Anxiety stays lit. Pro Drifter stays lit. This is very interesting. Anxiety makes his way through turn number 4. And I don't believe him or Penge are planning to pit, really. Although that's not intentional. Anxiety's lost the car. Somehow retained control. But lost the position as a consequence. So Mr. Jones, Seacombe, Elite Speedway and PMMS, none of those guys pit. All of them, though, have their pit buttons eliminated. Only one retirement today. That was Graf Findel on lap 20 out of 37. Apart from that, a very low attrition rate indeed. Michigan still with that pit button unlit. Zero to heading towards a penultimate lap. This is going to be a very exciting climax to the race as Pro Drifter gets closer and closer to these leaders. You can just see him in the background of each shot now. Through the final turn. Acer O'Connor's lights come off as well, as is Pro Drifter's. Now, are any of these guys going to pit? The fuel must be so much on the edge right now. There can't be much left. 35 laps have now been completed. Penultimate lap of the race. 3/10 between your two leaders, and Pro Drifter just a couple of seconds down the road. Anxiety with a storm there. Acer O'Connor has gone alongside Michigan. He's taken the lead. Michigan's having to fight with everything he's got, but I think he may be out of fuel or something. He must be. That car's suffering. He's got to get to the inside line, and quickly. Acer O'Connor on the penultimate lap. The clutch is there. Biding his time for 36 laps. Michigan to the outside to try and retake it. He'll be so good, but not good enough again. He's going around the outside. He's locked the car up. And as they start the final lap, this is what the edge of your seat was made for, ladies and gentlemen. Michigan has to provide something special now and prove he can do it to himself and to everyone else. Pro Drifter is there as a looming threat, almost as a consequence, and look how close he's got. He's within a second again. The final lap starts now.
Keep it going.
Acer O'Connor defending with everything he has. One more lap, 4 more corners. They go through turn number 1. He cannot make a single error. I think Michigan may have touched the wall slightly there, and that may have sealed the fate, or has he touched the grass? I think this may be all said and done. Down the back straight for the 37th time today. And Acer O'Connor has done the unthinkable again when he has not been the fastest driver. He missed out on qualifying by 3/10. He's had 34 laps essentially behind Michigan. Oh no! Michigan's made an error, and Pro Drifter may punish him. Into turn 4, it is not over. Michigan could even lose second place here through turn 4. He's very sideways. Much better traction by Pro Drifter. We'll have to watch it, but it's going to be Acer O'Connor that wins round 2 as well. Dominant start, and it continues the run. It is unbeaten again. Michigan takes second, side by side with Pro Drifter. He'll be disappointed with that one though. Acer O'Connor wins again. 2 races out of 2 in very unlikely circumstances. Grimmy takes P4, Anxiety takes P5. Strong result there for him. Penge takes 6, Jones 7, Seacombe 8. Elite Speedway will take 9th in front of PMMS. And the Stig and AT Best are going to go side by side there for 11th and 12th, aren't they? It's going to be close, but AT Best just seals the deal in the end as the Stig gets a poor run coming off of turn number 4. So when all was said and done, pit stops did not play a factor, but that did not take away from it being arguably one of the most entertaining races I will ever commentate on in my career. That was absolutely fantastic. A massive thank you and congratulations to every single driver for making that special. To our cameraman Carlos for making it such a brilliant race to watch here on the YouTube channel. To you guys at home for tuning into the broadcast. It means a lot that you've been here with us today to experience what must have been the perfect race for popcorn or pizza. And finally, I just can't wait to see what next week brings. Round 3 of the championship next Sunday, same time, 5 PM GMT, here on the Sim Raceway official YouTube channel. From myself, Liam Jenkins, I will see you midweek for a podcast and weekly roundup of what has been a truly remarkable weekend of racing here at Indianapolis. Take care, guys, and I will see you then.